Hey. What up? It's Quiddle here, coming at you live with the live stream. How's everyone doing? We good, yeah. Possibly, maybe. Oh, welcome IVXR. I want to move this. Wait, it's the hello, pretty princess. What's up? Just doing a little bit of world design here. Maybe we can give that the sidewalk texture. Hey, hello, Sabu. What's up? What is up? How is everyone doing today? Yeah, so I mean, today we are gonna finalize the freaking rental script. I am just doing a little... Wait, how did I open the tool settings there? Weird. I don't know, just throwing together a little bit of something. What is the game about? This is basically Penguin GTA. So if you're familiar with GTA, open world, drive cars, there's police and crime, but here's the twist. So in this game, you can't just be a criminal. You can also just be a normal working, you know, person, if you will. So you can get like a job, buy a house, and just sort of exist. So it's a mix of like crime meets life simulation, right? Yeah, that's the problem here. It's just gonna change here with the bush. I'm just trying to fill out a little bit more, make it feel a little bit more full. Isn't it usually like... Sure, we'll take some fancy stairs. Where is it? I guess it's concrete. Is that not door basic? Okay. General door. Where is the clothing store? Clothing store right there. How many games have you done? 3 fully released games, technically. Penguin Heist, Walking Fish 2, Detective Penguin, but then I've made a bunch of smaller ones that are out on like itch.io and stuff. Yay. I mean, it's looking a little bit nicer. It's not the best, but you know. It's all about creating that vibe. We can just do this. Let's see. Fancy stairs. That one, that one. That one. Hello, an unknown burger. And hello, Yami. What's up? Did you make your own outline shader? Yeah, this is my own outline shader. I remember you modeling a motorcycle. Yeah, that was ages ago. Yeah, this is my other game I'm working on right now called Penguin Springs. When I was making the motorcycle, I was working on a game jam game for a little local competition. Yeah, I'm just tinkering a little bit now, just making things look a little bit nicer. This is like a testing level, so it's not nearly supposed to look final. I just want it to look a little bit more presentable as I'm like driving around and shit. What kind of genre? This is basically a life simulator. It's not really genre defined, I would say. It's inspired by games like GTA, but it's not a genre game. Like the pitch of the game is this, right? It's you arrive in a city called Penguin Springs, right? With nothing but a rental contract for an apartment. That's it. And all you know is you have to figure out how are you going to pay next month's rent, and the one after that, and the one after that. And the rest is up to you. Now, to get money, you have many options ahead of you. Do you start just like, I don't know, picking up cans on the street and selling them? Or do you maybe get a job as like a taxi driver? Or maybe you start a music career and start playing music on the street and in clubs? Or do you turn to a life of crime and start selling illegal substances or robbing stores? So it's like up to you, and it's all like in this fully simulated world. So it's very like freeform, open. But it's all multiplayer, all fully simulated world with like real-time traffic and all that. It's not like Sims. Sims is all like family building, I would say, primarily, but it's very much hands-on life simulator. I don't know a game that has done this before, which is why I wouldn't call this a genre game. It's hard to make traffic. Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, first of all, it's like synchronizing that many vehicles alone is difficult, but then, I mean, in this game, it's a lot of physics-based stuff, so that further complicates things. And it's sort of like, yeah, most things would say, don't do what I'm doing. But I just, it's something I really wanted to do, so I'm going for it, you know? I mean, it's hard to make traffic even single player, right? But multiplayer just further complicates everything you're doing. I know, so for example, I don't know how much familiar you guys are with networking and stuff, but like in GTA 5, the way they handle like traffic and pedestrians in that game is actually quite interesting. So basically, if you imagine that, let's see here. mspaint.exe. Okay, let's see. So the player here has like a sphere of influence, right? And if a pedestrian does not exist within this sphere of influence, the player will start populating this sphere of influence with pedestrians to make it like, you know, simulate. And these are being simulated locally. So this is not even running on the server. This is running locally for the player. It's simulating all these pedestrians. And then another player comes along and it has its own sphere of influence. And as the player approaches and is like here or whatever, now these spheres of influences overlap. And now this player is sending data to the other player about these pedestrians. So essentially, every player is like their own local host for the things that are happening to them. And that way you can have like super realistic and like low latency gameplay. Because most of the times in GTA, players are far apart. They're running around doing separate things very far away from each other. So most of the time, why should the server be running computations when the players might as well just run their own local computations? And that goes for the traffic, for the pedestrians and everything. I can't do that in this game, however. I can't do that because this game is running a persistent simulation. And the difference in GTA is that the moment the pedestrians or whatever leave the sphere of influence of the player, those pedestrians don't exist anymore. So that's why if you in GTA, let's say you're downtown in the middle of the city, you teleport away out of the city, and then you teleport right back in. All those pedestrians will have been removed and replaced. Because the simulation is not persistent, because no one cares that, you know, you don't, as a player, you don't expect all the same cars to be in the same place when you leave them, right? You don't care. You don't remember which cars were where. You don't remember what pedestrians were where. In this game, I'm running it all. I actually care where things are because I want, you know, these penguins to have like schedules, and I want you to have these moments where you're like, oh shit, yeah, I remember that car with like the broken hood after I crashed into it and it came back. Can you just have pedestrians and have them have hitbox and collider? In what context? I'm not sure I quite understand the premise. Seems like the way that the normals are simulated is different. Where's the spawn of the player? Well, so when the player spawns in, the actual intent is for them to be flying into Penguin Springs. So you'd start off in an airplane where you have like the character creation screen, and then there's going to be like an airport. This is just a test scene, so this is not actually any way representative of the final design of the city. I'm just working this to like set up functions. But after that, after you have like spawn into the city, if you have a home, you'll spawn into your home. If you're homeless, you'll spawn into like random places around the map. Like, so as you disconnect, like similar to how GTA 5 does it, you would have like, it's as if your character is doing things while you're offline, right? So you spawn in and it's like, oh, you're home, or you spawn in, oh, you're at the park, you know? So you're doing is simulating all pedestrian traffic. Well, not all. So, I mean, of course, you'd have like area of interest synchronization. So basically, you would only synchronize what's relevant to the players who are near things, right? So the server is running full simulation all the time. And then will you have a tutorial? Yeah. I mean, it's not going to be like a tutorial, but more like, these are the things I would recommend you do. But if you don't want to do them, you know, then don't. Sort of like, you know, world tips. Oh, why does your voice seem deeper? Oh shit, I'm still on Audacity. We'll do a deep voice this stream. I think that's good for the click-through. Then we'll change it back another day. My voice gets pitched down when I open up Audacity and do like sound effect processing. It's funny, are you the man in the mirror? Yeah. The same exact thing happened when I was on voice call with that fish, because we have the same exact microphone, and there's something in the drivers with it that will just change the sample rate of the microphone. So many times I've spoken to him on voice call, and his voice is so unnaturally deep and it's so weird. Okay, your voice is creeping me out. Yeah, it's only because you're not used to this deep voice of mine. All I knew about making a game is modeling and just establish it, but it's really hard, especially coding. Yeah, I mean, coding is hard if you don't know how to code. I would say that the hardest part about game development is not the coding, the modeling, or anything. It's actually sticking with the thing you're doing for however long it needs to be done. That's the hard part. I must get Mega to erase you. No! Okay, let's start working on these rental contracts. So, we have the real estate manager. Wait, how do I clear in Vim? This music brings me back to my private and high school days. Wait, I need to, how? Is the background really room? Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, thank you. Glad you like the room. I'm just trying to see here with Vim because I don't like no H. Okay. What is the short of the main com? Game. Okay, that's how you do it. No highlight. Okay, so picture this. Game emotional speech. So we have rental contract, which defines like cost per rent and then time to rent. And this is a class, so we can serialize this. Last rental contract, cost per rent, time to rent. And then it would define property type, or property, whatever it's called, real estate. And time to rent would be a float, I guess. Yeah, we'd store that as float. And then cost per rent would be an int. Average ad revenue? I don't know. I don't think I even get any ad revenue from YouTube. I mean, I don't stream for money, so I just stream while I work. So rental contract, cost per rent, time to rent, real estate. Because then you would just set this null. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so we'd have the public class rental contract. Public class rental contracts, which would have a int cost of rent, or cost per rent, I guess. Public int cost per rent. Public float time to rent in seconds. And then a public real estate. Okay, and then the real estate manager, owned real estate prefab. Right, yeah, because this is rendering the public. Will it be a hunger bar? Yeah, hunger bar, yes. Thirst bar, no. Because I feel, in my opinion, hunger and thirst are like such identical stats. And like in 99% of games, unless you're playing like some survival game, I feel like thirst is such a pointless stat because you will fill up your thirst and hunger at the same time. But yeah, exceptions, like I said, would be games like survival games. But if you had a freaking hunger bar that you needed to keep full in like GTA, and then you also need to drink, I think that's stupid. Yo, why this game maker guy making a game? I don't know, Crispy Taco. I'm gonna fix my voice because I don't want to have. Okay. Do I need to? There we go, back to my normal. You need hunger and thirst because what are you going to spend all your money besides buying a house, car, and decos in the house? So I've already thought about all that. So I think that the problem is if you have hunger and thirst as the supposed money sinks, right? Where this is going to be what drives you to want to spend money. That's short-sighted because think about the real cost of a hamburger and the real cost of like a soda. You're not going to be spending your millions buying hamburgers and soda, realistically, right? It doesn't scale with like end game gameplay. So what do we do instead? Why earn money? So the urgent needs, the two urgent needs in the game, assuming you live in a rental apartment, the first urgent need is rent. So you need to earn enough money to pay your rent. And the second urgent need is food, right? So you want to buy food because food plays into like, there are going to be like some characteristics, like as you create your character's going to have like a diet. So it's like, oh, you can only eat pizza, you can only eat like seafood or whatever. That's just going to be a quirk of your character, which is like for roleplay elements. But then also you can get like fat and you can get slim. So, you know, if you want to become a really fat character, you can just overeat food. But food is not going to be like such a pressing matter, right? And then you have the other things, which are the self-fulfilling money sinks. So that's like buying vehicles, buying items, buying weapons, clothes, and participating in world activities like gambling or going sledding or whatever, or like going surfing, like playing the mini games in the world, basically. And then you have career extending money sinks. So like buying licenses. So like maybe you need a gun license to become a better hitman, or maybe you need a better driver's license to become a better taxi driver or whatever. And then some careers will demand you have like specific vehicles. So, for example, if you're a fisher, the fisher would start out with a fishing rod, but then if you want to develop that career, you'd have to buy a boat so you can fish out in the ocean, right? But then the biggest thing, because I feel like maintaining hunger and thirst meters is a boring thing, right? It's not very engaging, but not only that, it's always super easy to do. In Minecraft, once you've set up your farm, you're set. Hunger is just a nuisance from now on. But you still want to like keep that stable thing because it gives you at least something to do, but it's not very interesting. So you have to have some long-term goals. In Minecraft, that ends up being like defeating the Ender Dragon or defeating the Wither. You always have like this long-term thing you're aiming for, and that's what keeps it interesting. It's just that the food keeps you on your feet. Same thing in this game, like rent and food is supposed to keep you on your feet. But the long-term thing in this game, what if you make getting food and water really hard to get? Well, that's for survival games, right? That's what makes a game a survival game. This game is not a survival game, it's a life simulator. In real life, you're not struggling to go get a hamburger at McDonald's, right? So the long-term goal in this game is life goal. So as you create your character, you get to set a life goal. And that life goal can be very abstract, it can be very big. So in terms of the life goal, one example might be like own all types of cars or whatever, or own like 20 different types of cars, or buy up all the different house varieties, or maybe become a super famous musician. So you have like this long-term goal for your character, and it's all tied to which character you are. And that's going to be what drives you to want to keep going, because you want to achieve that life goal for your character. And then once you've achieved that, it's just like Minecraft. You've killed the Ender Dragon. What do you do now? Well, you just exist in the world and you try to just do things because they're fun. It's the same thing here. You keep buying new vehicles, new items, new weapons, clothes. You live in the world. But yeah, this is not a survival game. The only reason survival games make food and water hard to get is because what is the ultimate goal of a survival game? Well, surviving. Can you get arrested? Yeah, you can get arrested. But yeah, this is... basically, I call this a life simulator inspired by GTA. So unlike GTA, you can all actually be a good guy in this game. So you can be like a taxi driver or fisherman or whatever, or you can turn to the life of crime and steal stuff, sell illegal substances, you know. Hello, Racer Boy. Okay, so current rental contract. Is there going to be an online? Yeah, it's online. I don't know. I mean, I could give myself... Maybe you have create a house so you can have some original... Yeah, I mean, there's already house decorations, so you can buy furnitures and stuff, but there's no house creation because that's counter to the way I designed the entire housing system. The way that houses work is that there are house types. So if you buy like a beach house, there are so and so many beach houses around, right? And when you spawn into the world, because you can log in, log out, you might spawn into any of these beach houses. It tries to put you into the one you were last in, but if that's already occupied by a player, then you just get booted to the next one. It's the same thing with the apartments. They all have identical layouts. What differs is how you decorate them with your furniture. But yeah, the entire game is built around being fun in both single player and multiplayer, because I feel like too many of these types of games, if we're looking at like role play games, end up not working in single player, because they're like, oh yeah, you have to play this in multiplayer because otherwise there are no other players for you to interact with, which is boring. Like Brookhaven housing system, you can just go to an empty plot and just select a house from the given list and it spawns in. I haven't played Brookhaven, but I would imagine it's quite similar, yeah. The idea is when you buy a house, like when you buy a house in the game, you're not buying a house, you're buying a house type. So you can buy a beach house, but you're not buying the beach house. And so when you go into your own properties that you can look at, your list of properties that you own, you just see like, I own a beach house, not the beach house. And then when you click move in, it gives you one of these beach houses. But only while you are in the server, right? When you log out of the server, there's no guarantee you spawn back into the exact same beach house, but because they're all the same layout, they will all spawn in the furnitures in the right way. Hey, what's up, Big BL9? Been a while, sure has. And it's the same with the apartments, all same layout, you see? So like they're all identical and they get filled out by players. Big, oh. Big BL9. Big. Okay, so real estate item, rental contract. Basically, you have the furnitures in the house, you can just edit. No, so you can put around the furniture. So like this, you spawn in, empty house, and then you have like, just, I don't know if you played Club Penguin, but in Club Penguin, you have like a furniture group or whatever. You can just like put out as many furniture as you want in the house. You just organize it however you want. Like the walls stay the same, but you just fill it up with furniture how you want. Yeah, there's been big progress. I assume big. I don't know when you were last here, but I can show you a little bit stuff later. Yeah, well, that's the idea, Racer Boys. So like some houses are going to be locked based on choices you've made as a character. Yo, I make edits on YouTube, so can I make... Yeah, you can make an edit of my game.
That would be awesome, dude.
Right, so in the property purchaser... So this is like a real estate, but this is where you buy a real estate. I think I'm gonna have like... Or maybe we can just have like... Yeah, well, I can show you a couple of things then. We'll see if you notice anything new. I'm just trying to set up this rental system. Right, city estate. So I think rentals and stuff should... Does it make sense? I can't give you any clips. I don't have any clips, sorry. You'll have to either clip like old VODs that I have. They're all on YouTube. Or you just, you know, clip on Twitch or stuff. That's also an alternative. Twitch has great, like, clipping features. I guess in a rental office, you would have, like, real estates, and then you'd have, like, rentals, right? I feel like that makes sense. Phone system? Not yet, no. I haven't decided on anything like that yet. Oh, right, yeah, because this one is... I guess we would set this from the... I will alpha had. Hey, yeah, I'm happy to remind you. I always appreciate your money. The money do make the world go round. Okay, so now it should set the shop later dot. Is there like... I think there's like in the start, update active delivery. Hey yo, what's up, Slorb? How long will it take to make it morning tonight? I don't know. I haven't that stuff that's gonna be revealing itself when I start testing. Like you call the rentals through phone and pick well, rentals is supposed to be something you would own for like a long time. Virtual Insanity? Oh my god, I cannot stand that song. I'm so sorry if any of you guys like that song. I just cannot stand that artist. He gets on my nerves. I went to a cafe once and they were playing a whole album of his and I was like, oh my god, just kill me now. Will the game be free? Absolutely. Definitively not. Money makes the world go round. You can use this in missions to like buy houses next to a bank. Yeah, but I don't want there's not gonna be missions in the game, so it's not a missions-based game. It's a life simulator, right? And I think the reason I dislike the concept of the phone in GTA is because you don't have to go anywhere anymore. You just open up the phone and do stuff there. It's like, oh, you want to buy a car? You just buy it online. Oh, you want to take out money? You just do it online.
there's something fun to me about like having to go to an ATM to deposit or take out money. There's something fun to me about having to go to the car dealership to look at cars, or like go to the real estate office to look at real estate. I think there's like something far more immersive about that than just pick up your phone and beep, boop, 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 boop. Oh, you just bought a car. I think the phones are so boring. I think the phones, in my opinion, ruin GTA Online. It would have been far better game if you had to use ATMs. You had to show up at the dealership and go to the real estate office and stuff. And also have them spread out, so not every dealership has every car, right? Like this dealership sells low budget cars, this dealership sells fancy cars, and you show up and you buy like different types of cars. Well, I guess that's part of the reason you're making your own. Yeah, I think it's sort of, in my mind, I see GTA and I love the world. Like there are no better worlds than the worlds that Rockstar makes in like GTA and Red Dead Redemption. But when it comes to the actual gameplay that they provide in those worlds, it's like, dude, you could have done so much more. And this could have been like the metaverse, but you guys are just not doing it. You're like, enjoy the procedure person then? Well, I mean, for me, like having the, you know, fast forwarding through gameplay is not very interesting to me. Like, I don't like the concept of flipping through menus and having the menus play the game for you. What I want is the feeling of like going to the dealership and being excited about even going to the dealership, because then you can look at cars. And then looking at those cars that they have available at that specific dealership and getting excited about that specific like offering of cars. And then going to like the sport dealership and like, whoa, these are like super expensive cars. I can't afford a single car here. But then going to the budget one and like, yeah, this, I could reasonably afford this. You don't get that wow factor scrolling through a website on your phone. It's like, oh yeah, here are the expensive cars. Yep, scroll, scroll, scroll. Oh yeah, here's something within my budget. But like a physical dealership, that's way cooler. Craig's cheap cars and then the mega dealer, yeah. I think we need to set it so it actually spawns in. Okay, sweet. Because then we can basically set up the references here. So we can have like multiple of these real estate shops. Because now they're just tied to like the one UI. But then we can have one that does like rentals and one that does like purchases. Because I think it's, you know, if you're looking for a rental, you're probably looking for a rental. You're not looking at the actual real estate. And I think the same goes for if you go into like a real estate office, they're not going to show you, well, here you have like the $1 million home, but also we can offer you a $20,000 rental, you know? Although I don't think you'd be paying $20,000 for a rental, but you know, you get my point. Fish coins might have a different currency conversion. But yeah, here, so this we need to copy this stuff basically. Item name, description, price. Yeah, I think that's all the ones. Right. So because an interactable shop is going to be a bit different. I think we'll just inherit. I don't... Interactable clothing shop, interactable dealership. Yeah. We can do this. Real estate shop data. Do you think Red Dead Redemption 2 was a bitch to code? I would imagine so. I mean, they're talking about delaying GTA 6 now again. There was a leak. All those GTA Rockstar games are insanely ambitious, so it's like, yeah. Okay, so let's see, right. Oh, I already have. Oh yeah, okay. If fader try get component out property serve. All right, quick question. What percent do you think the information given to you in schools you actually use in adulthood? Rough estimate. Probably, I mean, way above 50%. I would argue maybe... If we're talking grade school, I would say probably 80%. Like in terms of not, you know, when we talk about use, I'm talking about like if I'm reading the news or I'm reading some historical thing or whatever, like some historical recap, of course I'll use a lot of the stuff we've learned in history class or like social sciences, right? If I'm painting or drawing something, I'll be using the stuff that was taught to me in arts class. Because all of this like kind of basic stuff, right? So I would say like probably 80%. The stuff I probably use the least and consider the least is probably chemistry. But there are moments where I do go back to thinking about chemistry and electricity and stuff like that, from like physics class as well. But overall, I would say that, yeah, like 80 to 90% of it is actually stuff that I use or think about or consider day-to-day life. A far majority of it. Grade school math, I would probably say, I would argue even like 100%. Maybe not Pythagoras theorem. That one's kind of pointless. It's an interesting formula, but I don't think you really ever use that. I mean, I'll use it in game development, but if I was not in game development, I don't think I'd ever use it. Realistically, maybe if I was doing woodworking or something, but even then I don't. Hey yo, what's up, Prod Turks? Not what you were expecting? How you jack off in that? Well, basically, so you have to like rip a little small hole and then you start, you start going at it, and then, one thing leads to another, and eventually... Am I right, boys? You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, no, I think people people undersell demonstrate. No, I just did it just before starting stream, so I'm all pumped out. Yeah. Otherwise I would. And also, I don't know if they allow this on stream, so I try to keep it safe, family friendly up here. Family friendly stream. 3 minutes, I have a recovery period of like 10 hours. I go at it hard. Maybe your job. No, I wouldn't say it. I think it's just as you grow a little bit older, you do realize how much of it you actually like think and consider. Like language, 100%. I mean, if like when you're structuring like a thought or formulating yourself, whatever they were teaching you with regards to like grammar, language, 100% useful. Same with like whatever secondary language. Like for me, it was English. So like, of course, I use that all the time. Mathematics, I mean, that's day to day, like the basic grade school math they teach you, whether you're shopping at the store or you're doing taxes or you're just considering like anything regarding numbers, you're using whatever grade school math they taught you. If you're looking at social sciences, obvious use there whenever you're reading the news or learning stuff about the world. Same goes for history, anything regarding learning about the world. Arts, arguably one of my less used things, but I do consider myself a little bit of a creative, so I like using it. Same with music. I do play music personally. I think it also helps with like when you're listening to music as well. Like it does give you a little bit of more appreciation having learned something about music in grade school. And like cooking class, obviously. I mean, I was always more interested in cooking than my peers in school, so I think I didn't get as much from cooking class as them. But I mean, I think there were parts there that I learned something new. Your country is second lowest in education. Yeah, I mean, it's counter description. I think that's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sold tag. What if someone copies your code word by word and make your game before you do? They won't. I mean, they could, but they won't. First of all, because you don't realize the amount of time it would take to actually go through with that. Second of all, because they don't know exactly what kind of game I'm making. Third of all, they don't have like the social media following that I have. Fifth of all, it's very time consuming to have to go through every single one of my VODs and copy my code. I mean, I could go on and list even more reasons. Sixth of all, because they don't have any of the assets I have. With regards to like animations, textures, 3D models, whatever other proprietary assets I use. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think I made my point. You just trying to make it look hard. What I hear is please don't do it. Yeah, you go ahead and do it, Emily. I'll wait. I will wait. My country's education is very underperforming. Oh, wow, yeah. Aren't you supposed to be sleeping? Do you go to bed at like 10:42 in the morning? I might be weird, but I don't go to bed at 10:42 in the morning. Naps are good, just letting you know. How do you know I need a nap? What is your mother language? Swedish, but I live in Iceland, so I also speak Icelandic. Bro ignored me. I don't see all the messages. Don't assume that I ignore you. Assume that I just did not see your message. I am working, so... There are many times where I think I've read a message and then I haven't. Times when I do willfully ignore a message, but generally that's only if someone spams something. See. How much have you earned? I mean, enough to be able to do this for 5+ years. That's how much I've earned, if that puts it into any perspective. Let's see, so this should work, and then we can just move this over. And we have rentals and real estate. Oh. Did a YouTuber named Vanos Gaming? He probably did. I think so. A lot of big name YouTubers did play my game. There's this one guy named Smithy also. I think he was one of the biggest people to play the game. Yeah, he made this one, Vanos. I mean, this one has how many views? 1.6 million. So it's a big video, and this was 4 years ago. But I don't think there's been any recent video that's been big. No, I mean, streamed 7 days ago. This one's 2 days ago. Stupid friggin' shorts AI clips. Is that video related to? Yeah, it's a guy playing my game. Yeah, this guy also made a video like 3 years ago, which has 4 million views. So or stream on Twitch. Yeah, I am on Twitch. Yeah, I recommend going on Twitch. I get actually paid from the ad revenue on Twitch. I don't on YouTube. Sorry, that's wild. One second. Okay. Let's see here. So we have this one. City estates rental, city apartments rental. Nice. Okay. So now we need to add to this real estate. Public bool is rental. And then we can add space. Oh, 20. So we start off by asking, is it a rental or not? And then if it is a rental, we change the way that it gets purchased. And I think we just add the rental to the penguin, request the property in the same way. Yeah, I think we can, because we store them as properties just the same. So that is rental. And then we have the city apartment here. We have these. We can move these over to here. What's your Twitch name? My Twitch name is Goidelify. Goidelify is my Twitch name. So do come over to Twitch. There you can also use text to speech, which everyone loves. Text to speech. You can do. You can just use this button here. So you just click this one. You can get these rewards here. Okay. You can click the Newts button. You can click text to speech.
Goidelify said this is a text-to-speech message written on Twitch of Goidelify.
So yeah, do come to Twitch. Hello, Trollface. I'm making a Penguin GTA. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Apartment rental. I am good. How are you, Worldwood Strange?
It's Patricio said, "Hello, Goidel. Hello, everyone. How is it going?"
We're all good. I good. Now I see you. Now I see you. I good. You look charming today. Ah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's my new hairdo. I use a different hair conditioner. Streamers never talk back to me. You're the only one. Thank you. No problem, Trollface Edits. You're my favorite viewer, Trollface Edits. See you later. Yeah, see you later, Alice. Have a good one. When is going to be our date? Oh, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Patricio, however, he really wants to go on a date with you, I heard. That's what he was saying, at least. Give me his Insta. I don't have his Insta. You're gonna have to ask him for his Insta. But he's a proper gentleman, the last true gentleman. How I find him? You have to just talk to him. He's on Twitch here. He's ready and willing to speak. Yo, I'm IBXRR here in Twitch. Yay, welcome. You use the text-to-speech IBXRR. Try that. Did you make games before? I did make games before, Trollface. And what is up, Raymond? How are you doing today? Wonderful day today, isn't it? Let's see. I am just gonna... Hey, that's great to hear, Raymond. That's great to hear. Right, get owned properties here. If active real estate dot is rental. Bro, how to text to speech. So if you want to use the text to speech, you click the little penguin icon. Yeah, Patricio is there in chat. So you go to if you're on Twitch, if you're on the computer or phone, shouldn't be so different. But there's this little penguin icon right there. And then you find the text to speech reward and use that. Yeah, Trollface also wants to date you. You're popular, a world with strange. Yeah, I think you have to have it. World with strange cooks and cleans, guys. Hey Ash, what's up? How do we do? You know C++? I have not coded much in C++. I've made simple data structures like linked lists and stuff. But beyond like making an actual program, I have not done that in C++. I wish I had the time to do it, but I am spending basically all of my free time working. So it is not really something I just find myself having the time to do.
It's a Patricio said. I don't have any joke now. Just scream.
I am a real penguin.
Ah!
Oh, nice scream.
This is Fernando Miguel. He is really good at dancing.
Ibixrifk has learned to dance.
Oh yeah, thanks so much for the follow, dude. Appreciate it. I am real, yeah. I'm not a filter, no, I'm actually real. Can you make a human moving like in the road for realism? A human? Spooky. Yeah, no, this no filter. Hashtag no filter, guys. Saw 2 penguins in my whole life. Oh yeah. I remember that. Can you give me a tour of the game? Yeah, I'm gonna do it soon. I'm just setting up this rental contract stuff. Right, we need a time manager, I guess. Add. Hello, Srijan Roy. I am good. Oh, welcome back, Patricio. Oh, yeah, well, welcome back, but also see you later, Patricio. Bro, I'm also going to do a live stream of coding and making brosify like you. Thanks for inspiring me. Hey, glad to inspire. That's what I do. That's what we do here, guys. We inspire to create. How do you even script? Basically, you like slam your hands on the keyboard and like plop, 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 plop. And then you hope whatever comes out of that works. You ever heard about the infinite monkeys on a typewriter? That's me. I'm the infinite monkey. Writing Shakespeare. Except instead of Shakespeare, I'm writing code. Bro, you're infinite penguin? Yeah. I'm also not a monkey, I'm a penguin. Sorry. I'm a penguin, not a monkey. I find the best way to learn is just foe. I don't know, is there like show time controls preset? Because it only shows the time. I need to get like the settings. There, day length modifier. Days in month, hours, serial. Yo, is your game named Penguin GTA? It's not named Penguin GTA, it's named Penguin Springs. I'm thinking I want to go with like I want it to be called like Welcome to Penguin Springs. I think that would be kind of cool. Custom sun offset. Like cycle length in minutes, that's the one we need. So seconds per day, if that's minutes, we'd multiply by 60, right? And if a rental contract is every week, time manager dot instance. Oh. Public static instance, or public static time manager instance, and then void awake instance equal to this. Seconds per day multiplied by 7. So then you sign the rental contract and time to rent. And then we're basically subtracting but we're not doing it the current rental contract because we have the own real estate prefab. Prefabs. And then rental prefab. Because we are doing the current rental, which is spawning the cool. And then we'll also set a header rental. GTA 6 be good is coming out in 2026. Yeah, I mean it is, but apparently it's gonna get delayed again. That's what people are saying. GTA 6 delay. Is it definitively launching? I don't know if it's going to be delayed again. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah. I mean, they say it's 2026, but there are rumors bubbling that there is another delay possibly incoming. So we'll see. Anyway, are you pro at scripts? Nah, I mean, I'm getting better every day, I feel, but I wouldn't still call myself a pro. It takes such a long time to like the problem with programming is it's not just theory. It's such a craft too. You have to really get a lot of experience to get things right. You learn from mistakes. It's an art. I mean, I wouldn't call it an art. I wouldn't call it an art. More like a craft. It's like, and the reason I make the separation there is basically what the problem you face when you're programming, right? When you're a software engineer, software developer, is you're dealing with not just complexity. Like a script in and of itself is generally quite simple most of the times. There are some cases where like a single method can be really complex, but like a script in and of itself is generally not super complex. But maintaining the structure across hundreds of scripts in a project, that's where the challenge comes in. And knowing what sort of structures work where and when is not something you can teach. Like, you can teach the basics of it, but you only realize the mistakes you're making after you've made them. You don't work through a script and realize halfway through, sort of like, oh, this is not going to work. No, like, you realize that when you've written hundreds of scripts and you realize your entire architecture is off. And that's why, you just have to keep working and working and working and learn from every single mistake. Don't just repeat mistakes and be like okay with mediocrity, Did you learn from school? I went to computer science. I did computer science in university, but I wouldn't say that's not at all where I learned to program, like, for real. There are so many people graduating out of university who have absolutely no clue are entirely clueless when it comes to programming, because that's not what they teach you in university. In university, they teach you a bunch of theory adjacent to the stuff that you're supposed to be doing, right? So like, no one in university is going to teach you how to organize a large-scale project. They'll teach you with small-scale projects, but that doesn't translate to large-scale projects. Like, oh, I have to code like 10 different classes. Like, yeah, okay. I mean, that's, you know, there's some complexity to that, but it is not the same as juggling like, yeah, a project on the scope of like 200 classes and organizing that. Entirely different. Like, they can't teach you that stuff because it's just way too large of a scope for like, you'd spend all your university time teaching yourself that. But they'll teach you about stuff that are like the atomic parts of it. So they'll teach you like, what are data structures? What are types? What are methods? What is a class? What is a struct? What's the stack? What's the heap? What is a CPU? What are different cache levels? What's RAM? How does a GPU work? What's an anonymous method? What kind of different programming languages are there? What's like functional program, procedural programming, object-oriented programming? You know. Read my comments. Roblox Studio, yeah, I don't like it. But it's cool, but I don't like it personally. I ditched the game because of confusing scripts that I wrote. Not confusing, but I wanted to add a medical system, but I stored the NPC code individually inside the NPC themselves, so it would have been too much. Recode. Yeah, but that's the thing, like I even though I don't understand the actual structure that you have and why that's problematic, the code that is good, if you're working solo, the code that's good is the code that you can maintain, work with, understand, and also edit in a way that makes sense to you, right? That's good code. And it also has to be reasonably performant, of course. But that's why you make those mistakes, and then you get to this point where it's either like changing this would basically not be changing it, it would be rewriting it from the ground up, and you do the rewrite, or you say that screw this, this is just gonna stay as it is, and I'm just gonna have to deal with the consequences. Like, those are the 2 points that you can arrive at when you have like bad architecture from the start. I'm familiar with Roblox. Yeah, I've played Roblox on stream a few times, quite a while ago. But here's the thing, that even the best programmers refactor their code. Refactoring is just as much part of the development process as just writing the code to begin with. And that's something that I think people just don't want to accept. They assume that if you're not writing perfect code from the start, you're not writing good code, but that's not true. Good code should be just maintainable. And sometimes you have to do refactors to achieve that maintainability, and that's fine. Is this a script? Human walking on in... No, that does not look like a script. I'm honestly scared I'm honestly scared too, because I was heavy into coding back then, and I can't even remember how I coded some of the functions anymore. Yeah. But that's also, like, when I say maintainability, a maintainable script is one that you can go back to months later and look at it. You might not understand it or remember anything of what you've written, but you just read through it and instantly you're like, ah, yeah, this is making sense to me. Like, I'll pick a random script from my entire game here. I don't know any of these, like tooltip. I don't know what I do here. Tooltip has a string item name, a string item description, item location. So just from the name alone, I'm gonna say this is trying to render some sort of tooltip in the game. It's rendering a tooltip most likely for some kind of item, right? An item name, item description. And so let's see here. So it starts off, and at the start of the game, it says that if the item name is an empty string, then it just gets it from the item. Okay, so I can infer from that that this script sits on items, right? And if there is no description, it generates missing description. So that means that whatever is in these like strings here, like item description, item location, these are all written onto the script that sits on the item. And the same thing for like the hint. So this is a script that I'm pulling data from somewhere in the file, and I can check the usages and see like, okay, yeah, I'm using this tooltip across the different stores. And this is just basically a data storage. And there we go. So, like, a maintainable script is one that you can understand quite quickly. But that's a very short script. But then we have the tooltip renderer, which of course seems to be, if we look here, tooltip, it gets the component tooltip from the current object. And what is the current object? It's over object. And where are we getting over object? We're getting it from the event system. So that's getting from the cursor, where the cursor is. Read my comments, okay? I will read the comments that I read. Some comments I don't read, and some I do. And we fetch from the tooltip, we fetch the item name, the item description. So it's like, you know, this is clear enough, and I can work with this. And if I wanted to change something or add something or remove something, change the implementation, well, you don't have to leave notes. That's the thing. Like, good code, 99% of the time, you should not have to comment your code. Your code should be written in such a way that the names of the variables and the names of the class and the names of the structs and the names of the methods describe what's happening. If that's not the case, you should probably rewrite your code. I think beginners will comment way too little or way too much. Like this part here, I could comment this and say like, initialize all components with all objects with a property purchaser component. Like I could write that, but it's already sort of implied here. Like if shopfader.tryGetComponent property purchaser, like that in itself implies, okay, we're only doing this for property purchasers. And then what's the next line? Well, it's initialize property purchaser. So it's like implied what's happening here already just from the text alone. So I don't need like a comment to tell me what's going on here. Better yet, I could just extract this to a method, call that method initialize property purchasers. That's even more clear, but I don't think that's necessary. I don't make games. I'll start when I'm 18, 22 in Roblox Studio. Yeah, I mean, you can try. I don't suggest using Roblox because it's like a closed system. Roblox Studio, I think they're doing it in Lua or something, some scripting language. Hello, Rushi. Okay, so Using you're a beginner use struct. You know Sammy and Jandal? I have no idea who Sammy and Jandal are. Stuck D. Like this? Stuck D? Struck D. 3D game creator. Is this Unity? That's like Roblox, kind of, but even simpler. I mean, in my opinion, I wouldn't suggest using something like this. I would really steer clear of this. Because this is a closed system, right? It's not teaching you game development fundamentals. This is like streamlining game making in a way that is not conducive to any sort of progress. Like, I'm sure it's fun, but this is not where you're gonna see any success, trust me. I would steer clear of that. I would try to learn a proper programming language. Learn C, learn C++, Java, C#, whatever, and just start making simple games in raw code using simple graphics libraries, and then after that move on to a game engine. You're not going to get far if all you do is look for shortcuts and try to have like people make everything for you. See you later, Trollface. Have a good one. Yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah, that's, I said it's for like noobs to learn about the idea of coding. I myself am using, yeah, I think it's like those kinds of things are probably good for kids, but even then I would say just don't do it. I think it's far more interesting, far more, how do you say? It makes you grow far more as a person to learn coding. Like above and beyond anything else you can do in terms of like trying to learn how to make games is learn to code. And code in a real language, not in some mumbo jumbo fake language or like some weird scripting engine that like does it visually. Like just learn to code, write down classes and stuff. It's going to be so much better for you as a developer, whatever your age is, to learn to code properly. You're going to be far more in tune with like the actual logic you're working with. You're going to be far more in tune with the actual computer on which the logic is running on. And you just have far more tools to work with. You're not locked into this like super limited grid of ideas that whatever these game creation engine people are handing you, right? And I mean, you could leverage the same argument against using Unity, but like Unity is a far more open platform than most game engines. Same with like Godot or whatever. But like they're not locking you down and holding you, you know, like you're going to struggle to bring any sort of feature parity to what Unity has. But when it comes to like feature parity to those locked tiny ass, like make your own game by clicking and dragging characters, like that's not going to take you anywhere. And every single game you make in one of those is not gonna be at all interesting to anyone that isn't you yourself and maybe perhaps your friends, right? No one's going to want to play what you're making in those tiny games. Weekday. It's not struct, it's enum. Monday. Oof. Okay. What is the rental system for? Rental system is for renting apartments. So there's two ways that you can live in the city. One is, well, three ways. One is being homeless. So if you're homeless, you don't have a home, obviously. Which means you also can't like store food and you can't like store specific items because in your home you have like extra storage or whatever. Secondly, the second way of living is renting. So every week in game time, you have to pay rent. And if you can't pay rent, then you get kicked out of your apartment and you become homeless. And the third way of living is owning real estate. And when you own real estate, you don't have to pay anything. I don't know, maybe I should introduce property tax. Should I have property tax and you can lose your entire home because you don't pay your property tax? No, that's probably too hardcore. Hello, Yosko Gaming, what's up? Have you implemented a UI for it? Yeah, there's I could show you. I mean, it doesn't really represent exactly, but this is the inventory UI. Store canvas. And then this is the real estate, which is just kind of basic as well. And then we have rental lot, I think I call it. Rent slot here. Let's see if we can bring this in. So when you go into like a real estate office and then you buy a rental or whatever, start a rental. And then you get this rental contract. So the rental contract will show you the cost of the rent, when the rent is due. So basically the green is like the current day you're on and the red is like when the rent is coming up. I'm showing 2 weeks because if you start the rental contract on a Wednesday, of course it's going to be forward 1 week, but like, yeah. And then the time where the rent has to be paid, because the rent is like on not locked to the day, but locked to the seconds from when the rental contract started. Because the game has like a drop in, drop out kind of gameplay, so like you can drop in to drop and drop out of servers, and servers are of course running their own local time. And so if you are like playing on a Monday and your rent is due on Thursday, and then you log in on a server and on that server it's Wednesday, of course your rent is not going to be due on Thursday. Well, it's going to be due Wednesday and then 3 days forward, Saturday, right? So that's the idea with the rent system. It's relative to it's offset of your current time with a number of seconds. How's the game going? It's going well, Yosko. But yeah, that's the idea with rent. But the game, you can start off the game in one of two ways. Either you can pick like a homeless character, or you can pick one that starts off with a rental contract. So those are like the two options. Or actually, maybe you should just start off as homeless. Maybe that's the best way. You just start off as homeless, and then you can go and get a rental contract if you want. You don't even have a rent. You can start with a little chunk of money, and you can be like, I'm gonna go get an apartment. I think that's better. You shouldn't even start with a rental contract. I don't know why I had that idea. I thought that was like, yeah. I think we'll have you start homeless. So we need to figure out, what if noobs get robbed? If they get robbed, they're going to have to be homeless. That's the thing. Being homeless is like part of the gameplay. And like the idea is, part of owning a home is also like being able to take a shower. And so if you don't shower, your character gets like progressively more stinky, which affects like your dialogue bonus with like other characters. So if like walk into a store and you're super stinky, they're not going to be as nice to you with the prices. So it's going to give you like a little minus, so you have to like take showers and stuff. So being homeless will make you stinky. Let's think. So when you spawn in, because the time comes from, it's called Penguin Springs. The time comes from the Enviro Manager. But I don't think Enviro Manager gives you public void. Let's just experiment here. So we have Enviro Manager. Time. Get date in hours. Get time of day. I think we'll have to make like, is that Unix style, I assume? Days is the amount of days since what? Days in the year. I mean, I guess we could just set like a default. If we make it go in a date in hours, so we can do private, const, float, or double. Hours in week equals 24 times 7, right? And then var private day, private weekday. And then we have to basically, I am doing good, Bunny. How are you doing today? You all good too? I don't know. Are these already like equals to 0? So the weekday index is equals to weekday double is equals to that divided by, or percent is modulo hours in week. Var weekday index is equals to the weekday or we can just say weekday equals int weekday double math dot floor. Who makes the 3D assets? That's either me or my coworker, that fish. So it's one of us. See, okay, well, we'll add this time manager to the instance and we'll see if we can get an accurate reading. So the canvas here, the player canvas, could have the time manager on it. Okay, so if we boot this up now, we can, oh, actually, let's Time manager. Let's do this, and then we go properties, and we can lock this in. Save, and we'll boot this up. I'm doing well, so how's your game coding going? Have you achieved your goal? Well, I don't have any specific, like, pointed goal. This is a very big project I'm working on, so it's a lot of things. Right now, I'm beginning my work on the rental and sort of calendar / weekday system of the game. So the game is like a life simulator, right? And part of the life simulator is the whole like calendar aspect. One man army. It's me and one more guy, so it's not entirely one man. Yeah, it seems like it's not doing what I want it to do. Oh, wait, is that hours in week divided by hours in week %7? That's what we need to do. It goes out of range. Yeah, I mean, I would argue that the vibe of doing one-man army versus duo is very similar, because in both of them you're very much independent. The big differences start to arise, I feel, once you start going into like 3, 4. 3 sort of has the same vibe, but definitely when you go into like 4 or 5, then you're starting to notice big differences. Okay, so it's Saturday. If I go forward one day, still Saturday. Okay, yeah, interesting. Get date in hours. Hours in a week. Right, okay, yeah, so we need to do it % hours in a week, and then let's see here. So we have, this is the date in hours, and that goes in a loop for the amount of hours in a week. And then in order to figure out which part of that week we're in, so if we have 24 times 7 hours in a week, how do we translate that? Do we need to divide it by 24? I think that's what we have to do. Tuesday. Wednesday. Yeah, figure it out. Okay, so we put this at 23 and bring up the minutes to like super high, so it's almost, and now it's gonna hit Friday. Okay, yeah, works. Sweet. I'm an arithmetic genius. So now we have a working weekday simulation, so we can get the date of the week it is. Which also mean that we can extend this one here. It has the move in and sell button, but we need to have... Hey, hello, Chili Dog judges you. Please don't judge me. days, weekdays. And then we have 3 colors here. So we'd have the public color, default, we can't use default, that's a keyword. We would have normal, current, normal day, current day, rent day. And then we'd have the weekdays. Well, I'm watching your stream from Pakistan. I don't know how to code for game development, but once I learned web development, the MERN stack, unfortunately, I couldn't complete my journey. Yeah, I've never done web development beyond like, well, that's barely web development, but I do multiplayer network coding, and I did set up a local server, like a reverse proxy using nginx to reroute requests. So that's, and then I hand coded a ugly website for my game. It's an ARG, part of my game on Steam. There's website fishsoft.com. I have nice little gradients, some images, and some sub pages, and this nice drop down here. But it's not actual web development. It's the stuff they teach you in university in like WebDev 101, Game development is my home, not web. Okay, is rental. So if it is rental, or I is less than weekdays length, then basically for every weekday we can set the color at least to normal day, unless if okay, here's the thing. I'm just gonna go and use the men's room, but we need to figure out which day it currently is, which will be one of the first 7 days, and then depending on what day that is, we would offset from there by a number of days. Yeah. You're absolutely right. We should master one skill instead of jack of all trades. Well, I would argue that in terms of marketability to companies, yes, if you're looking to get a job. However, if you're working in indie or you're working in web dev, like as a contractor or like self-made, you probably don't want a single-minded skill set. You want a broad skill set and the competency to follow through to the end. Like if you're an indie dev and you're working solo and you're like at every time you face a challenge, you're like, oh man, I don't know if I can do this. I don't know how to do this thing, and you just give up. Like that's not a good mindset. And all too many devs have that. They're like, oh man, I just can't do 3D modeling. I just can't. I'm a programmer. I can't do 3D modeling. And they give up. Like, what are you doing? Wait, is that overriding? Oh. Are you a furry? No, but I heard you are first gamer. That's the talk of the town. Everyone else is like, damn, this first gamer guy, he's probably a furry. Keeps jacking off to all those animals. I'm like, I don't know, guys. I don't know. It's just a rumor. I don't think I believe it. But that's what people are saying. Now, who am I to judge? What's the game about? It's about penguins. Basically Penguin GTA. Right now I'm implementing a rent system. The Penguin Life Simulator is not Penguin GTA. I call it Penguin GTA because that's a catchy line, but it's really a Penguin Life Simulator. You're living life as a penguin. For real. Speaking of which, penguins are not furry. They have feathers. Cool, is that Java? No, it's the good Java, C#. It's Java if it was good. I'm just kidding. I haven't used enough Java to make that comment. Java's probably great these days. But it's not you know, the thing is I'm using C#, but it's Unity C#, which is very different from like .NET C#. Like Enterprise C# is not the same. When did I start making the game? 2020, 5 years ago. Hello, Trollface Edits, and hello again, GameDev. Glad to have you here. Floor to int is not int. Oh, because it is a float. Okay, yeah. Glad to have you back, little bro. We missed you. Okay. So this should be better. Copy. Right. What do you think about AI? I've heard such a good YouTuber, they always say AI is going to replace this or that. I just don't care about AI personally. I think it's great if people can find use in it. You know, that's great for people, but I just find the whole AI discourse to be like so absolutely brain dead. There's just like the entire concept. I mean, it just speaks for itself that it doesn't build novel ideas. It builds on what already has been built, and that's a constraint of the entire model, right? But not only that, it loses context so absolutely and insanely fast, and its capability to see through complex projects just isn't there. And not only that, I mean, you have a bunch of security concerns that, you know, like, I don't want to hand over my security issues to an AI who loves to hallucinate about every single thing. Human crossing road thing. I did not make the human crossing road thing. I don't think I'm ever gonna make the human crossing road thing. But yeah, I mean, people come into the stream and ask me about AI all the time, but for me, it's just it's such an uninteresting discussion to me because it's sort of counter to everything that I care about in games. I don't think there's ever gonna be you know, I think a lot of what I want from games is the human touch, the human aspect, and the AI is not going to deliver that. For those who do not care and can sit and watch AI slop, you know, nonstop, all the power to you. It's just not for me, and I think that's sort of where the discussion ends for me. As a tool for coding, yes, perhaps, but at the same time, I think that if I was in the hiring process, I would not hire someone who was really good at using AI over someone who was really good at coding without an AI. Put those two in like against each other, pit them against each other to solve a task, and the person who actually knows coding is going to beat the person who knows how to code with AI, like, he's going to blow them out the water, because there's no skill to prompting an AI. A well-skilled coder is going to be able to prompt the shit out of that AI way better than a person who has only experience with prompting an AI. Right? Like you can learn how to prompt an AI in an afternoon. Not even that. You can do it within an hour. You can be absolutely and entirely skilled at prompting an AI. The only person who is going to see more benefit from learning how to prompt an AI, in like being like a prompt engineer, as they call it, the only person who's going to benefit from like spending days on end prompting the AI in the best possible way is the person who doesn't know how to do the stuff that the AI is doing for them in the first place. If you know the stuff that you're having the AI do for you, it's just completing busy work for you. And at that point, it's a tool for like efficiency, right? Because you know how it's supposed to be done, and it's just doing whatever boilerplate stuff you want it to do for you, and it's doing it quicker. But if you're asking it to do stuff for you that you have no clue about, issues abound, dude. Issues abound. And for you to maintain whatever thing it spat out, no way. If I want you to write me like a traffic simulation script for my game and you're using AI, like, get out of here. I'm not going to speak to you. You're not getting anywhere near my code. But if you're a guy who has written countless of traffic simulations by hand, you know your shit, and you're using an AI to write the boilerplate for you, sure, because you know what you're doing. I'm going to trust you because you know when to trust the AI, right? But if you don't even know the stuff the AI is doing for you, holy shit, dude. I like learning a new thing, then using it in a creative way or mixing it with other stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's all about doing it your own way. I think finding ways that work for you, building on knowledge, and just always learning, you know? Yeah, but that's the trade you're making, right? You're trading an end result for knowledge that you could have gained achieving that end result. You're saying, I don't care about the way to get there. I do not care about the knowledge required to get there. I just want to get there. But the problem is, when you don't care about the knowledge required to get there, you don't even know what sort of blind spots that you have. And that's why we're talking about all these security issues. And we're going to see so many applications written by AI who don't have the faintest idea about any sort of security issues or like critical software. And it's going to be absolute garbage. Like you have people using AI to write their code, AI to do the code reviews. And it's like, where do you think that's going to take us? Like, seriously. Where's the, there's like date time dot format something. Format seconds to blocks C#. Time dot to string. Would that be okay? Or is that like a later? Is it? At. Would that be it? Hour. Okay. Time span dot from seconds. Time dot to string. Okay, I mean we'll try it. If you had to choose AI or tutorial vids. I would say tutorial, but even then, like I would say neither, honestly. Like the problem is they're both doing the same thing. 99% of the time they're doing the same thing. Like AI is not interested in teaching you what to do. It's interested in just giving you the results so that you're done with whatever it was you want to achieve. People do the same thing with tutorials, and that's why the concept of tutorial hell exists, where basically people are not using tutorials to learn, they're using it to ask the means to an end, right? So they're just watching a tutorial because they want to get a specific end result, not because they want to learn how to achieve the end result. And that's where a lot of beginners make mistakes. So they're like, ooh, I want to make a game like Call of Duty. So they Google Call of Duty game tutorial make in Unity. And you're like, what's up guys? Welcome to this tutorial. Today we're going to be making Call of Duty. And you're just like following through the tutorial and you're not thinking about what you're doing. You're just copy pasting exactly step by step what this guy's doing. And then you have the game and you're like, awesome, I made Call of Duty by myself. I'm so good. But then you go back and you want to change like how many bullets your gun fires. So now it doesn't fire like normal bullets. It fires like a shotgun with spread. And you're like, wait, how do I make the bullets? How can I make more bullets? And it's like, yeah, well, you would have known that if you weren't just focused on getting to the end and instead actually learning like step by step what are the actual things you're doing. And tutorials don't encourage that. Tutorials just encourage following along strictly. Don't think about what you're doing, just copy paste, and eventually you get the end result. And I mean, you could argue that's a misuse of the tutorial, but like tutorials just aren't formatted in a way that they're there to teach you. They're like follow along, you know. So that's why it's better to learn the fundamentals of what you're doing, because with the fundamentals you'll be able to build off of that. But if you're just following tutorials, you're just learning methods. You're not attaining any real practical knowledge per se. It's also because so many tutorials start like way too advanced, and when it's too advanced, well, you don't have any chance to absorb whatever knowledge it is they're trying to give you. It's the same thing with AI, same issue. Days until rent. I think that's the problem. Current day index. Rent time of day in seconds. The rent time is rent time of day in seconds. Days until rent. Yeah, that's not quite right. I'm gonna have to fix that, but I'm gonna go just use the men's room, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Is the suit comfortable? It is. Okay, so current day index. Like days, rent time of day in seconds. Because the thing is, time to rent in seconds is not same. Rent time of day in seconds is time manager dot instance dot that's hours. How do you know do you know how to export a single mesh in a blend file with multiple meshes? Are you talking about like with multiple objects? So like, let's say we have a object like this here. Remove the camera and the light. So this is an object like this, and then this is an object like this, and this is an object like this. You want this to be one single mesh, so it's not separate objects, because if so, you can just do Control J and it combines them into one single mesh. Control J. Now it's one single mesh. Then you don't have separate transforms for each of them. Control J. See, it collapses them into one single object. No, I want to export only one. Yeah, well, that's what you do. Or you want to export only one mesh. Wait, so you're saying like this. Okay, I think I understand what you're saying now. You have 3 cubes, let's say. and you don't want to join them, but rather you want to have only this one get exported. Because if so, I think just having separate file, you would want to just copy this, make a new file, and then paste it. That's how I would do it. I would maintain separate files for the separate objects. If you don't want them to be... I don't think Blender supports exporting only the selected things. I mean, you could potentially export them all and then like delete. I've done that for some. Like if I have like a kit of items, like let's say I'm making like, you know, I want to have this one, and this one's like a corner piece, and they all supposed to like align and fit with each other. So this is like corner piece A. And then I want to duplicate that and have like corner piece B, which is this one, but inverted, you know? And I want to make like a kit of items. Then I would sometimes just keep them in a single object, export, and then make separate prefabs using these objects, because you can select them separately, right? In Unity, you can select them separately. That won't work, of course, if these are all one mesh, so they're one single object in the hierarchy. Then, of course, you can't just select this and copy this, because it copies objects, not vertices. So then you can't move these around separately in Unity. So you have to have them as separate objects in Blender. If you have them as separate objects, then you can actually move them around in Unity and make like separate assets from them. So that's, you know, but like if I'm making a scene with like, I don't know, knights and a castle, I wouldn't have the knights being modeled in the same scene in Blender as the castle. I would make a knight in a separate scene in a separate blend file, a castle in a separate blend file, a flag or whatever on the castle in a separate blend file. So I would keep them separate, right? But like for, yeah, like if I'm making like a road kit or a rail kit, I might keep them in the same file, because then it's easier to make sure they're like, you know, connecting with each other, you know, because I can just drag this over here and see like, yep, that connects, that's the same size. You can make it like snap better. So, yeah. I'll model them separate, but when I'm rendering, I put them in the same scene for accurate lighting. In Blender, you mean? I mean, I don't know exactly, like, in Blender if... Yeah, there are two ways to import .blend files. You can use the append file or the link. Append makes a direct copy of the elements in the blend file, while link links the element directly to the original blend file. The difference when it comes to working with these is that when you use append, you can modify the objects in the new file. It won't cross over to the original file. With link, you can't modify the objects in the new file, but instead you can go to the original file. Yeah, so that's what you could do. If you use a link, then you could link the models. You use the link feature, file, link. You can link to another blend file, so then you can like set them up. So you could have like a main scene and then link to different files. So if you want to have like, yeah, a castle and knights, you would make like one like scene in Blender, right? You make one blend file that is called like the castle, or like the I don't know, attack on the castle. Let's call it attack on the castle. And then you make a castle blend file, you make a knight blend file, and then in the attack on the castle blend file, you start linking it up with all these other objects, because then it's just like in Unity, you know? You're dragging in the models. Yeah, this might work. I should probably change the color of this grass. That is a lot of growth. Hello, First Penguin Lord. Okay, let's try this out, I guess. Actually, we still have to set in the rent slot time. Okay, give this a try. All good, Billy. What's up with you? I think I need to change the... No, I quit working on that game. I gave up. I decided to fall into a deep depression and just give up. Yeah. Yeah, it's all right. I'll pull through. We've all been there. Yeah. Why'd you fall into depression though? What happened? Well, what happened was nothing. I'm still working on the game and I'm not depressed. This was no more than an illusion. I feel like the small problem is it feels like the penguin's floating because the shadow isn't making contact accurately enough. I feel like there needs to be like a drop shadow or something. Okay, let's see if we can buy that rental apartment. City apartment rental. Purchase. Ah. Wait, is local play or not? Are the NPCs attackable? Yeah, you can attack them. You can attack and punch them and bite them and... No, you can't bite them actually, but... You get the idea. Are there finishers for the attacks? Oh, no. I mean, it's like a goofy, you know, it's too far of a goofy game to have any like complex finishers or attacks. It's like, you know, have you played Gang Beasts? Yeah, it's very similar to Gang Beasts, like very floppy, like it's physics based, right? So you script alone. I mean, I'm working with one other guy, but most of the code is written by me. Yeah. He wrote some of the shopping code. I don't remember what else. He coded some of the vehicle codes as well, like the base for that. But I don't think he coded anything else. Everything else is just coded by me. I haven't there's no balance in the game yet. It's not balanced, but yeah, the cars are drivable and they do like brake and stuff, so. Oh, there's no real estate manager. Okay. Oh, but I mean, like, when it comes to games and like, you know, like specifics, like do you lose HP or whatever, like the, you know, that's all balancing issues. So I don't really bother answering those questions for myself, at least, until I'm way further into the development process. That's the kind of stuff that you figure out during playtesting. Will that be a separate game? It will be a separate game. But it's going to be sold as a bundle. So owners of Penguin Eyes are going to get it for quite cheap. Any ideas for the game name? Penguin Springs. I might go with Welcome to Penguin Springs. I feel like that's kind of catchy. Oh, right, okay. I think actually we should just copy component, paste as new, and then remove. But yeah, it's welcome to the Penguin Spring in Ohio. Yeah, that's let's put that in the top 50, no, top 5 worst names for a game ever. But great suggestion though, great suggestion. Let's see, does it launch, please? Shit. Also, is the game still in, yeah, it's still in progress. We don't have a thumbnail for it. This game is in development. It's like happening live as we speak. That's it's all being built. Yeah, because I don't have the rental contract. Can I be a tester? There's going to be public testing for owners of Penguin Heist. But testing is not for free. It's only for owners of my previous game, Penguin Heist, which is a paid game. Wait, where's the local player? Hey, awesome. How do you get currency? Well, I mean, it's a life simulator, right? So how you get currency is up to you. If you're homeless, maybe you're collecting cans and selling those. If you're holding down a job, maybe you're working as a taxi driver, or maybe you're fishing, or maybe you're working in a pizzeria making pizzas, or maybe you're working in a storage stacking boxes. Maybe you're working in the coal mine. But maybe that's not what you want to do, and maybe you just want to be a criminal. So then you start robbing stores, and you maybe start selling illegal substances. So it's like entirely up to you what you want to do and how you want to earn your money. Wait, why is local player not being set? Is that one not set? Interactable shop. Yeah, it's not being set. I don't know, let's just vote restart and see what happens. Okay, let's see. Yep. I mean, I spawn into the rental, so... Oh, shit. Okay. Interactable shop. No local player. That is strange. But interactor. Why is it null? Because I mean, I can't move around, so obviously it did something, but then it just get set to leave the store. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, interact with the store, and then it just agent. I'll just recompile, I guess. I don't know. This is kind of weird. Oh, and also let's increase the minimum spawn range because it's a bit obnoxious. That to 100. Yeah, you missed me. I took a nap. Yeah, we're always making progress. Oh yeah, leave store does not. That's the problem. No, I didn't take a nap. I'm lying. I have been drinking water.
This is Fernando Miguel. He is really good at dancing.
Blake Y56
Hey,
has learned
thank
to
you.
dance.
Appreciate it. There we go. That should fix it. Thank you so much for the follow, dude. Appreciate it. Good, I would say the other word, but not trying to be disrespectful. What's the other word? Bitch? Idiot? What do you try to call me? Good boy. That's too far. You went too far. Quick question? Yeah, make it real quick. I would say that the important questions are not the quick ones. Femboys or tomboys? Good question, good question. That is not a quick question. That is a long, difficult question that I really have to ponder. I think if I were to answer that question, I would say whoever is willing to dress up in a penguin fursuit before we get down. Am I right? Just kidding. Just kidding. It's a joke, guys. Come on. But you're not kidding, though? I don't know. I'm not gonna confirm or deny anything, guys. By the way, I find it hard to pronounce your name. What is your name? Actually don't know. Well, I'll call you James. So, funny thing, guys. Rumor has it that James was caught jacking off alongside a wolf. A guy in a wolf fursuit under a bridge last weekend. Now, isn't that well? That's what rumor has it, but I don't know. That's crazy, though. That's crazy. Okay, seems like it's sort of Corngwin. People call me Corngwin. Okay, city apartment rental 2000, but the hour minute thing is not. Time span. Oh, okay, so that's what we have to do. Oh, you can do it from hours? Lunch break soon? Yeah, probably. $12:03. Okay, sweet. But then, yeah, if I change the time of day now. Okay, yeah, that doesn't work. Time of day in seconds is day in hours times 60. Wait. Yeah, something's not right here. Time manager, date in hours. Hmm. But that's days until rent. Seconds. Days until rent. Time of day in seconds. Right, okay. But that should remain consistent. That's the thing. But that move... Right, yeah, because that would move... that is weird. Okay, so the date in hours. plus time divided by 60. We could do it like that, and then we don't lose the precision from seconds from hours. PC just shut down. Oh no! Because I mean, that's the thing though. Acid's going up, the other one is going down. That's the problem, right? So that's why we're seeing the inconsistency, but the time shouldn't really change all that much. Should stay fairly consistent. It's okay, I render in English format. PNG. Yeah, PNG, dude. Wait, okay. So the current day is the current day index, which is the weekday. But if we change the day then to a new day, day 2. Yeah, that shifts it along. But we are getting more and more off track the further on we go. But then we can set like time to rent in seconds. Is that, and set time to rent. There minus equal time to delta time times 3,600 or something. Yeah. Time to rent in seconds is set as seconds per day, which is a float. I think that's the problem. The float is not accurate enough. We need to cycle length in minutes. We need to maintain some accuracy, because the further on in time we go, the more off we're going to be. Yeah, but I don't know. I think we're done for the day, actually. We've been at this for 4 hours. My head is feeling a bit mushy. I'm going to go take a break. Get some lunch in me. Yeah, I think I'm done for the day. I got started quite early today. I got up at like 6, so... yeah, I'm going to say goodbye to you all. Thank you all for checking in. Early end to the stream today. That's fine. We'll be back tomorrow. But yeah. Thank you all. Wait. That's First Penguin Lord. What do I wait for? Okay, bye. Yeah. Well, see you all. Have a good one. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye.